Attention in the pits. First call's going out to the dragsters in top and box. Dragsters, first call going out to you. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Mr. Roland Powell, you will be a bye if there is one this first round. So we'll put you behind the tower. But dragsters, first call going out to dragsters, the lanes 1 and 2. Mr. Roland Powell, you'll be behind the tower. Possible bye if there is one. So you guys want to start headed out that way, finishing up the track prep. And we'll be getting started here soon with other calls. So dragsters, the lanes 1 and 2. Mr. Roland Powell behind the tower, please. And tomorrow, Sunday morning, second day of the Bracket Bash, gates will open again at 9 a.m. New entries only at 10. So just new entries only tomorrow morning. So that's a big deal for tomorrow. Our gates will open at 9 a.m. and new entry time runs only will start at 10. Run order today would be the fishbowl box. Call them first, followed by the no box and then the junior dragsters. But right now we're calling the no box or box dragsters. Box dragsters, the 1 and 2. We Roland Powell behind the tower. All right, if you're hungry and stuff, we have the food truck will be down there. And we'll have barbecue, chicken boxes, fish sandwiches starting at 5 p.m. So we'll have the food truck coming back, and we'll have the barbecue chicken boxes and fish sandwiches starting at 5. So it'll be down there to the concession. The concession building is open, serving some odds and ends, drinks. So dragsters, call going out to you in lanes 1 and 2. All right, everybody's attention. We're going to do the national anthem. Please rise and stand, take your hats off, and we'll do the national anthem.
YEE-HAW!
Won't be much confusion, hopefully. Back in the back. So work with us, guys. When we call you, come today. And be ready to race. Stay with your race cars. And let's have a great, safe race. And good luck to everybody. And Fred Rogers, I believe, a Tower Lane picks up the win there. So again, if you're double entered, do not come back till we call you. Brett turns it red. Again, if you're double entered, do not come back to the lanes. We will call you. We're going to do all the dragsters, go to the door cars, and you'll be called after that. Trying to keep them separated, give you a little more time to get ready. dial 496. Lewis Jones here in the tower lane, dial 493. Isaac Koppel, 496. He turns it red. Lewis will move another round. All right, first call. First call going out to door cars. Door cars, box door cars. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Keep them pulled up tight, guys. First calling out, going out to door cars, box door cars. 3 and 4. So first call going out to the box door cars. Box door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Keep them pulled up tight, please. Should have 2 full lanes. And like you say, we will call double entries. Don't come to the pit lanes till we call you, please. Hold up as we have a dragster shut down in on this track through the shutdown area. All right, looks like top end's clear now. Next up, Billy Thomas over in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 471. Here in the tower lane, Robbie Hamilton, dial 488 in the LZ Septic lane. Slight advantage to Hamilton here in the tower lane. Makes it happen. He goes 491 with a 4 on a 488. He was 0-11 at the start. Thomas goes 473 with a 9 on a 471. He was 20. Weren't far behind, but it made a big difference down there. So Hamilton goes another round. Next up, Larry McGowan. Got 506 there in the Alton Brothers lane against Steve Boone. Steve Boone here in the tower lane, dial 431. Fast dragster. Boone's probably the fastest. Dragster on the property, I'm thinking. He's got some company, but I think he's the fastest. So we got a call going out to the door car, box door cars. Box door cars. Right advantage Boone, 5-6. The Gallon puts it go though. He goes 507 with an 8 on a $506. He was 006. Boone goes 452 with a 1 on a 431. He was 005. So he was way off his dog. Cost him down there. Next up, Ray Snoots, about 465 over in the far lane. Mike Larkin here in the tower lane, dial 447. So door cars, keep them pulled up tight in 3 and 4. Keep them pulled up tight, please. Dragsters, you keep them pulled up. Stay with your race cars, please. Be ready to go. So Snoop's over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 465. Larkin here in the LZ Septic lane, 447. And he works together as Larkin runs out. Run out by a thou. Snoops is good, goes 467 with a 2 on a 465. He was 026. Larkin was 35, but he runs out down there by thou. Next up, Austin Powell over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 457. Frank LeCates here in the tower lane, dial 462. Until 47. Cates goes 463 with a 1 on a 462. He was 019. Powell goes 457 with a 4 on a 457, but he was 047. So behind there, and it cost him big on the other end as Cates will go to the next round. Next up, Christian Walston over in the far lane, dial 489. Mike Jones here in the tower lane, dial 466. Door cars in 3 and 4. Keep them pulled up tight, please. Jones will go on. He goes 466 with a 0 on a 466. He was 18 at the start. So he moves another round. Next up, Dominic Balducci. Haven't seen him for a while. 471 in his dragster. Phil Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 482. Truitt better at the start, 15. Truitt puts the go. Both run out. Truitt goes 481 with a 4 on 482. He's 15. Balducci goes 468 with a 9 on a 471. No, he was 030. Next up, Alex Bradford over in the far lane, dial 483. Dennis Long here in the tower lane, dial 502. We have the first perfect light today, be $50 cash from BMN Performance. Round one, best losing package is free buyback by Fishbowl. And round one, second best losing package is a free buyback for Cato Oil. So something for the first round losers here in the buyback, free buybacks. Alex Bradford, far lane, $483. Dennis Long here in the tower lane, 502. Lights close. Better. Alex goes 44 with 7 on 483. He was 16. Dennis goes 502. Margin of victory 008. Going to Alex. So tight down the other end there. Nick McGowan, $490 here in the far lane. Donald Troy here in the tower lane, $434. Dragsters, stay with your dragsters. Keep them pulled up tight, please. Keep them pulled up. Door cars, you keep them pulled up too. We got a mess of door cars, 3 and 4. So work with us, guys. 008 on McAllen. He goes 492 on the 9 on the 490. Troy goes 437 with a 2 on the 434. He was 27. Got behind at the start, and Nick made him pay. Dragsters, keep them pulled up. Keep them pulled up. Stay with your race cars. Ames Getty over in the far lane, $530. W.R. Ketterman here in the tower lane, $459. Like I say, we got the first perfect light in this round, $50 from BMN Performance. And the first and second best losing packages will get a free buyback for the first round. So Getty over in the far lane, $530. WR here in the tower lane, $459. WR better light to start. And he goes 460 with a 6 on a 459. He was 007. Getty goes 533 with a 7 on a 530. He was 15. So WR will move on to the next round. Next pair up, Andy Blank over in the far lane, $481. Jerry Birchfield Jr. here in the tower lane, $447. Looks like Blank having some issues out there. Try to get him pushed back some before we can let Birchfield go. So Blank gets it backstaged. Easy run, 469 with a 6 on the 447. He was 049. Blank just had issues all down the track. So Birchfield will move another round. Buddy McGowan over there in the far lane, dialed 461. Doc Daugherty here in the tower lane, dialed 506. Both racers been around forever. McGowan could be in trouble. 004. Doc goes 507 with a 5 on a 506. He was 004. Buddy goes 463 with a 6 on a 461. He was 20. So Doc would move to another round. Next up, Dave Ferguson there in the far lane, dial 521. Here in the tower lane, Tommy Ketterman, dial 474. Dragsters, keep them pulled up. Stay with your race cars. Tommy could be in trouble. First 21. But Tommy goes around and goes 477 with a 7 on the 474. He was 035. Ferguson slows up to a 530 with a 9 on the 21. He was 21 at the start. So had issues. Tommy drove around down there. So Ketterman moved to the next round. Terrell Sinkler over there in the far lane, dial 519. Paul Riddle here in the tower lane, dial 501. So Terrell over there, dial 519. Riddle here in the tower lane, 501. Riddle goes red. Start. Goes 517, runs out, goes 517 with 0 and 19. But he was good side of the green. Sickler will move another round. Next up, Shaquille O'Neal over there in the far lane, dial 492. Derek Barnes here in the tower lane, dial 467. Door cars in 3 and 4 need you to load up. Box door cars, 3 and 4 need you to load up. Barnes had the better light, but he can't make it work for him. Gives the win like the Neal. He goes 494 with a 7 on a 92. He was 22. Barnes goes 471 with a 3 on a 67. He was 16. But gives the win to Neal. Next up, Wayne Ridrow over there in the far lane, dialed 473. Zachary Conaway here in the tower lane, dialed 621. So door cars in 3 and 4 start loading up, guys. Better light goes to Red Rope. He goes checking down, and he does. He goes 477 with a 6 on the 473. He was 18. Conaway goes 627 with a 2 on the 21. He was 055. So that late at the tree cost him. So Wayne will move to the next round. Next up, Michael Nahill over the far lane, dial 474. Steve Ryan here in the tower lane, dial 488. Nahill goes 475 with a 0 on a 474. He was 14. Ryan runs out. He goes 487 with a 2 on a 488. But he was 25 at the start. So Nahill moved to the next round. Looks like our last dragster coming out here. Now we go into the door cars. We're separating, I think, for the first 3 rounds today. Next up, Antoine Jett over in the far lane, dial 486. Max Daugherty here in the tower lane, dial 594. Slight advantage Jett, 19 to a 33. And the dragster pulls it together, goes 486 with an 8 on a 486. He was 19 at the start. Daugherty goes 595 with a 4 on a 594, but he was behind 033 at the start. So Jett moves to the next round as we're in the door cars. Daniel Lutz over there in the far lane, dialed 645. Russ Archer here in the tower lane, dialed 681 in that wagon. Both wagons, wow. Dead even lights, identical light to start. What wagon's going to take it? And the Chevy wagon. Lutz goes 648 with a 3 on a 645. He was 032. Archer goes 684 with a 3 on an 81. He was 32 also. But Lutz in this Chevy 2 wagon picks it up. Next up, Ron McCann over there in his S10 pickup, dial 572. Keith Paler here in the tower lane in his Beretta, dial 532. A Advantage Paler here in the Tower Lane. He makes it win. He goes, both run out. He goes 531 with a 6 on the 532, but he was 009. McCann goes 565.7 on the 572 dial. He was 33 at the start. Got behind there and had to run out the other end and didn't make it happen. So next up, Leighton Sumter over the far lane dial 585. Stephen Truitt here in the Tower lane dial 544. You're out there in the stands, drink plenty of fluids. Everybody drink plenty of fluids. Racers, there's free water at the head of the stage in there in the cooler. So help yourself, keep yourself fresh. Slight advantage, real slight. But Truitt does it. He plays 544 with a 7 on the 544. He was 20 at the start. Sumter goes 588 with a 4 on the 585. He was 025. So Truitt moves another round. Next up, Brian Morrison over the far lane dialed 632. Here in the Tower lane, recently retired, Clayton Barley dialed 571 as Firebird. Yeah, Beach Custom Services providing that water down there for the racers in the staging lanes. Appreciate that very much. Help yourselves, racers. Keep yourselves fresh, hydrated. Because it's pretty hot and humid out there. So Morrison against Barley. Morrison goes red. Gives the win. Barley was 009. Barley moves on. He goes 572 with a 1 on the 571. He was 009. So Morrison was early and he run out on the other end. So Barley moves on. Next up, Michael DeLorenzo in the far lane dial 585. Dave Keaton here in the Tower lane dial 576. Keaton has a better light, but doesn't make it work for himself. As DeLorenzo goes 585 with a 2 on the 585. He was 30 light. Keaton goes 611, slowed big time on the 576 now. He was 17, so must have had issues somewhere. Next up, Cody Marin in far lane dial 560. Michael Sullivan here in the Tower lane dial 637. Cody goes red. You can go at home. If you're at home, go on Diamond State Digital and watch the race on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search Diamond State Digital as they're providing coverage today. Wow, I could be home in my recliner. So Sullivan moves on. Next up, Eddie McBride in the far lane dialed 610. Brian Bogle here in the Tower lane dialed 668. Bogle's being good in trouble. I got him at the start. And he does. Margin of victory, 0-0-1. As McBride goes 6'10 with a 9 on a 6'10. He was 10 light. So 10's everywhere. So he moves on. Next up, Michael Lesage, dialed 618 against Michael Hooper. Here in the Tower Lane, dial 537. So the Sage over the far lane dialed 618. Hooper dialed 537 here in the Tower Lane is Firebird. Hooper with the better light. And Hooper picks up the win. Goes 537 with a 4 on a 537. He was 13. The Sage goes 618 with a 7 on 618, but he was 081. So Hooper moves on to the next round. Next up, Josh Phelps over there in the Camaro, dialed 598. Evan Prost here in the Tower Lane, dialed 654 in that wheel stand in Vega. Like I said, we have the best first perfect light today. Top. We got also the best losing package and the second best losing package. Sponsors put that up. Fishbowl and Cato Oil. So I want to thank all these sponsors for throwing something in there, and helps a lot, helps the racers, and great to do. Thank you very much. So Phelps, the far lane is Camaro against Prost. Oh, just stand up. So Prost with a better light. But Phelps goes on. He goes dead on with a 9. So Phelps moves on into the next round. Next up, Doug Milner, dial 551. Bobby Bladen here in the Tower Lane, dial 549. Drivers at 3 and 4, pull them up, please. We got some back there in the back blocking the lanes up. So drivers, I know it's hot, but try to ease your cars up, please. Clear that back end up. So Milner, 551. Bladen, 549. Slight advantage, Milner. And Doug goes 551 with a 0 with a 36 light. Bladen goes 549 with a 2 on the 549. He was 50 at the start. So Milner goes on to the next round. Next up, Mr. Donnie Yeatman over there in the far lane, dialed 720. Corey Maloney here in the Tower Lane, dialed 581. And Maloney goes 00 red. Yeatman moved to the next round. Come on. Next up, Darren Roten over in the far lane, dialed 582. Stuart Herman dialed 620. Like I say, racers 3 and 4, try to use your cars up so we can clear that back end up, okay? I know it's hot, just move your cars up, please. Next up, Darren Roten over there, dialed 582. Stuart Herman here in the Tower Lane, dialed 620. Slight advantage to Herman. Fell off. And he does. He goes 621 with a 0 on a 620. He was 16. Darren breaks out. He goes 581 with a 0 on a 582. He was 25 at the start. So Herman moves another round. Next up, Matt Patterson over in the far lane, dialed 658. Alexis Truitt here in the tower lane, dialed 578. Been doing it. 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Pull your cars up, guys. Pull your cars up. We got to clear that back end up, okay? I got to call the next class. That's not. Just work your cars up, okay? And the win goes to Alexis. Both run out. Alexis will move to the next round. So please, please pull your cars up, guys. And don't come to the lanes till we call you. Next up, Chad Thurman over there in the far lane, dial 587. Mary Passwaters here in the tower lane, dial 639. Slight advantage in Passwaters. But the win goes to Thurman. He goes 588 with an 8 on a 587. He was 16. Mary goes 641 with a 5 on a 639. She was 13. But Thurman was able to drive around and take the win. 004 margin of victory. A 004. 4th thou. Close race. Next up, Rob Weltner Jr. there in the far lane, dialed 619. Barry Logan here in the tower lane, dialed 553 in his Camaro. Keep them pulled up, door cars, 3 and 4. Keep them pulled up, please. Slight advantage to Weltner. Mustang hold the Camaro off, and he does. He goes 620 with a 7 on a 619, 017 light. Logan runs out. He goes 546 with a 7 on a 553 dial. He was 24. So Weltner picks up the win, moves on. Next up, Bill Groten over there in far lane, dialed 667. Wayne Patton in that bad Mustang, dialed 461. 461, I'm sorry. 461 in the tower lane. Thank you for pulling the cars up, guys. So Groten dialed 667. Patton with that Mustang, 461. I imagine Groten to hear him coming. 001 red. 001. Ouch. And he goes 462. So Groten picks up the win. He's 667 with a 2 on a $67. He was 25. But Patton was 1,000 red. Next up, Mike Moore over here in the Camaro, dialed 610. Here in the tower lane, Ronald Hall dialed 549. goes red, gives the win to Hall. Another round. Next up, Clark Howard over there in the far lane, dialed 607. Rex Lilly here in the tower lane, dialed 557 in his Mustang. Okay, tension in the pits, Double entry dragsters. We need you to 1 and 2, please. Double entry dragsters. Lily picks up the win here at the round. Double entry dragster. Need you to 1 and 2 now, please. Next up, Richard Rice over in the far lane, dial 519. Jimmy Dunn here in his El Camino, dial 564. So we're looking for those double entry dragsters now, 1 and 2. Second entry, double entry dragsters. We need you to 1 and 2. Pull them up in the lanes, folks. Keep them pulled up. Keep them pulled up, please. Door cars, you're lagging on me. Please keep them pulled up. I know it's hot, but keep them pulled up. Slight advantage to Rice. Takes him down. And the win goes to Rice. He goes 519 with a 6 on the 519 with a 12 light. Dunn runs out. He goes 563 with a 2 on the 564. He was 17. So Rice moves on. Next up, Billy Groten over in the far lane, dial 622. Mike Sparcino here in the tower lane, dial 566. Double entry. Double entry dragsters. Call goes out to you. Double entry dragsters, 1 and 2. We need you guys to pull those cars up back there in the back. We got the dragsters coming in out of the double entries. And Sparcino picks up the win. Lights were close. The Sparcino goes 566 with a 9 on a 66, 25 light. So Sparcino moves on. Next up, Don Thomas over in the far lane, dial 589. Jerry Birchfield Sr. here in the tower lane, dial 538. So we got our double entry dragsters coming in to 1 and 2. Slight advantage to Thomas. But Birchfield catches up. Margin of victory, 0-0-9. So Birchfield moves into the next round. Lights were close. Birchfield was 36. Thomas was 31. But Birchfield goes 538 with a 2 on the 538. Thomas was 590 with a 6 on the 589 with a slightly better light. But it didn't work out for him. Margin of victory, 0-0-9. Next up, Dalton Weltner over in the far lane, dialed 609. Mr. George Huff here in the tower lane, dialed 693. Weltner goes 003 red. To win the Huff. Huff was 31 green. That's all mattered on that one. So Huff moves to another round. Dalton was 003 red and runs out. So Huff moves into another round. Alan Clavel there in the far lane, dialed 670. Shane Jett here in the tower lane, dialed 597. Dragster, double entries to 1 and 2. Dragster, double entries to 1 and 2. Appreciate you door cars tightening things up for us. It's hot out there. Stay hydrated, guys. Drink something. Drink that water. It's here in the staging lanes, courtesy of Beach Custom Services, providing the water. In fact, I could drink a bottle myself. Clavel goes red, gives the win to Jet. He's 23 green. That's all that matters. Both run out, but Jet will move another round. Next up, David Tyler there in the far lane, dial 562. Mr. Foster here in the tower lane, dial 638. Foster Tyler puts it together. He goes 564 with a 1 on a 562. He was 16 green. Foster goes 643 with a 2 on a 638. He was 47 at the start. So Tyler moves on. Next up, Neil Huber over there in the far lane in the wagon, dialed 741. Thank you. Oh, you just got me one. Brian Reaper here in the tower lane, dialed 703. And Reaper turns it red, 004 red, gives the win to Huber. Huber moves on. Next up, Brooks Moore there in the Camaro, dialed 633. Daryl Tillman dialed 542 in the black vet here in the tower lane. And Tillman turns it red, 003. Moore will be coming back for the next round. Tillman have to buy his way back. Next up, Travis Scott over in the far lane, dial 527. John Scott here in the tower lane, dial 585. He was 028. He runs it. double entry dragsters, you should be the lanes 1 and 2, please. Door cars, keep them pulled up, guys. Got to do a little track cleanup down there towards the 8th mile. I'll hold here for a few minutes.
YEE-HAW!
6055 on a 605 with a 001. Next up, Trevor Irvin, far lane dial 551. Tyler Ryan here in the tower lane dial 614. I hardly recognize him. He cut his hair. Go, Tyler, go. Yeah, you out there, you can go on YouTube, Diamond State Digital, to view Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Go to YouTube, Diamond State Digital, to view Hillbilly Bracket Bash. We got all kinds of things happening. Next up, Mike Cahill over there in the wagon dial 649. Oral Chambers here in the tower lane. Dial 552. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Double entry door cars, lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entry door cars, 3 and 4. All over the place, off the line. He picks up the win. He was 17 at the start. So Chambers moves on. Next up, Mark Manley here in the far lane, dialed 609. Camden Dorsey here in the tower lane, dialed 637. Dorsey, 008. Green. Red. Dorsey moves on. He goes 639 with 8 on 637 with 008 light. Manley goes 611 with a 5 on a 609, but he was 004 red. So double entry door cars. Double entry door cars. We need you to 3 and 4, please. Double entry door cars, box door cars, 3 and 4. Next up, James Getty in the far lane, dialed 608. Of course, Dorsey, dialed 523. So Nelson over in the dragster, dial 516. Bernie Piles here, dial 532. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Woo, way out there, way out there. But it cost him, he runs out. He goes 531 with 4 on a 32. Nelson goes 521 with a 9 on a 516. He was 008. Like I say, we're looking for those double entry box door cars, the 3 and 4. Box double entry door cars, 3 and 4. All right, double entry dragsters are coming out now. So door car double entries and box, you should be the 3 and 4. Last call for you folks. So here's our double entry dragsters coming out. First pair out, Billy Thomas, $472. Fred Rogers here in the tower lane, $479. Double entry door cards, you guys should be getting ready. Should be getting ready, be ready to go. Turns it red, 005. Gives the win to Cable. So Cable will make the second round. Next pair, Mickey Nelson, far lane, $486. Bob Phillips here in the tower lane, $488. So Nelson over in the far lane, $486. Phillips here in the tower lane, $488. Phillips, 001. Green, he moves to the second round. Nelson turned it red, 0023. Next pair up, Alex Bradford, far lane, $483. Robbie Hamilton here in the tower lane, $489. Hamilton, 005 red. Alex was 004 green. Alex goes 486.0 on the 483, 004. Robbie was 005 red and run out, goes 483.7. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. First call going out to the mod. No box. No box to lanes 1 and 2. We need car number 313, Mr. Wendell Daniels Jr. Behind the tower, please. Mod, no box to lanes 1 and 2. Wendell Daniels Jr., number 313, behind the tower, please. Fencer in the far lane. He's 15. Daryl Tillman here in tower lane goes 10. 10 at the hit goes 5:43 with a 3 on 5:43. And he moves into the next round. Spencer was 15, was one off, went 5:19 with a 7 on 18. Next pair, Leighton Sumter over in the far lane, dial 586. Here in the tower lane, Mr. Jimmy Dunn, dial 562. So we need our mod no box to 1 and 2. And first call, Mr. 313 is the buy. Wendell Daniels Jr. behind the tower, please. Mr. Sumter picks up the win. He goes 588 on a 7 on 586. He was 14. Dunn goes 566 with a 0 on the 562. He was 023. They've been doing it. But guys, you got to stay with your car in the rings, please. Stay with your cars. Keep them pulled up. Be ready to race. I know it's hot and stuff, but work with us, guys. Okay? Okay, top, you're coming out. The door cars are coming out. Double entry door cars. Please stay with your cars, though. Stay with your cars. So mod, you should be no box. You should be the 1 and 2. Car number 313, Wendell Daniels Jr. You'll be behind the tower. Like I say, racers, I know it's hot, but stay with your cars, please. We appreciate it greatly. Trying to keep the show going, keep things moving along. Hopefully, we have good luck and things will go smooth, and we'll move right along through the rounds today. Got a lot of racing to do. As we're out here right now, just getting into one class. Next up, Jeff Martin, dial 732. Steve Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 544. So mod, you should be the 1 and 2. No box. Car number 313 behind the tower. As we're finishing up the box, door car double entries here for first round. Could be in trouble, 12 to a 54. And he is, as Martin goes 734-2 on the 732. He was a 12 light. Truitt goes 547 with a 7 on 44. He was 054. Next pair, Brian Bogle over in the far lane, dial 668. Mr. Wayne Patton here in the Mustang in the tower lane, dial 462. Gotta love that sound. Yeah, he says. 464 with a 3 on a 462. He was 006. Bogle goes 671 with a 6 on a 668. He was 26 light. So Patton was fired up for that one, I guess. We'll see him in the second round. Next pair, Matt Patterson, dialed 656. Billy Groton here in the tower lane, dialed 625 in the Chevelle. Like I said, you can go to YouTube, Diamond State Digital, to view Hillbilly Bracket Bash this weekend. YouTube, Diamond State Digital, to view Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Slight advantage of Groton. They can't make it happen. Patterson goes 660 with an 8 on a 656. He was 50 light. Groton slows to a 631.6 on a 625. He was 41. Had a better light, but couldn't quite run the number. So Patterson moves to the next round. Margin of victory 0-0-9. Next up, Eddie McBride over the far lane, dial 607. Shane Jett here in the Monte Carlo, dial 596. The lights are almost down. And McBride picks up the win, goes 608 with a 1 on a 607. He was 14 at the start. Jett goes 598 with a 1 on a 596. He was 17 at the start. So McBride will move to the next round. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo there in the far lane, dial 583. Here in the tower lane, Michael Sullivan, dial 637. Lorenzo has the advantage, 5-16. And he turns the light on down there. It goes 583 with a 3. On the 583, 006. Sullivan was 016 with a 37. Margin of victory, 0-0-9. Woo, tight. Next pair up, David Tyler in the far lane, dial 558. Max Darty here in the tower lane, dial 596. Tyler goes 001 red. Max Darty, he's 27 at the start. Goes 596 with a 7 on a 596. 027 at the start. Next pair, Brooks Moore over the far lane, dialed 631. Mike Sparcino dialed 565 here in the tower lane. So Mod No Box, you should be the 1 and 2. Car number 313, Wendell Daniels, we need you behind the tower. Slight advantage to Moore. And he turns the light on, goes 632 with a 9 on 631, 13 light. Marcino goes 568 with a 0 on the 565. He was 20 at the start. So Brooks Moore moves on to the next round, the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Pair up Darren Woden, dial 579. Stuart Herman here in the Tower Lane, dial 621. Slate advance, 004 to the 25. And he makes the goes. Roten runs out. Herman goes 621 with a 6 on the 621. He was 004. Roten goes 577 with a 5 on 579. He was 25 at the start. So Herman moves on. Don't have it. Lindy over there in the far lane is Nova, dial 605. John Myers here in the Tower Lane, dial 556. Myers goes big time red. He's 016, goes 607 with a 6 on a 605 with a 16 light. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need our junior dragsters. Ages 6 to 9, lane 3. Ages 10 to 12, lane 4. And ages 13 to 17, lane 5, please. Juniors, we need you to lanes 3 for 6 to 9, 10 to 12 to lane 4, and 13 to 17, lane 5, please. Far lane, dial 565. Tyler Ryan here in the Tower Lane, dial 613. Mr. McCain over there in the far lane, dial 565. To 18. Tyler put it together. He goes 615 with a 2 on a 613, 18 light. McCain goes 568 1 on a 565 dial. He was 15. Better at the tree, but didn't quite run the number close enough. So Tyler moves on. And picking up the bye, first round bye here, Mr. Roland Powell, senior in his fast dragster. And this will conclude the first round of box at the Bracket Bash. So this concludes the last one here as we go into the mod. Like I say, we need those juniors. 6 to 9, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, 13 to 17, 5. Powell goes 460 with a 2 on a 455. He was 043 at the start. Sat there a long time waiting for that. But he'll move into the next round.
Yee-Haw!
Layfield runs out. He goes 791 with a 2 on 793. 42 at the start. Jason goes 647 with a 4 on a 637. He was 043. So able to run the number as Layfield runs out down there. Next up, Steve Price, far lane in the old 64 Mercury Comet, I think it is, dialed 750. James Paler here in the Tower Lane, dialed 7 flat. I remember when you could buy them Comets brand new on the slot. He's got the advantage, 009 to 113, and he does. Yeah, it goes dead on. It goes 750 with a 4 on 750. He was 009. Paler goes 7 flat on 7 flat dial, but he was 113. So we'll see that Mercury back for the second round. Charles Caves up there. Next, he's dialed 565. Far lane, Mr. Billy Collinsworth here in the Tower Lane, dialed 755. Big time advantage to Collinsworth. Can he hold the bike off? And he does. He goes 756 with a 6 on a 755. He was 006. Cave goes 570 with a 2 on a 565. He was 140 green. So Collinsworth, great at the tree. Next up, Mr. Dave Keaton over in the far lane, dial 576. Ricky Passwater's here in the Tower Lane, dial 669. Keaton could be in trouble. His Passwater is 003. He's 34. Does it. Goes 670 with a 4 on 669. He was 003. Keaton goes 577 with a 1 on a 576, but he was 34 at the start. So Passwaters moves on to the next round. Next up, Benny Parkinson, dialed 668. Brian Phelps here in the Tower Lane, dialed 737. Big advantage to Phelps. Phelps makes it happen. He goes 743 with a 5 on 37.25 late. Parkinson runs 668 with 8 on a 68 dial, but he was way green, way back there. So Phelps moves to the next round. Next up, Jethro Richardson, far lane, dialed 755. Mr. Brad Keaton here in the Tower Lane, dialed 580. He was 580 with an 8 on a 580. He was also red, but it didn't matter. Jethro turned it on first. Woo, nice wheel stand. That's probably the farthest one I've seen yet. Next pair is Steven Soggy Dunn over there in the far lane, dialed 629. Sam Sanders here in the tower lane, dialed 585. Those juniors should be 6 to 9, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, 13 to 17, lane 5. Dunn turns it red, 013 green, red. Sanders takes the win light. He runs out, goes 576 with a 3 on 585. But he was green, that's what mattered. So he'll move to the next round. Next up, Matthew Wilson, far lane, dialed 632. Mr. Jim Sweeney here in the tower lane, dialed 552. Wilson turns it red, 006 red. Gives a win to Sweeney. He'll move on to the next round. Next up, Kevin Mendenhall in the far lane, dialed 612. Jefferson here in the tower lane, also dialed 612. Heads up here, here we go. See who can put a package together. There's also a bonus here. The first purchase package is $250 if you win. First perfect light is $50 cash. The first dead on zero is $100. And the best losing package in round 1, the free buyback. Mendenhall picks it up, goes 613 with a 3 on a 612, 006. Jefferson goes 613 with a 5 on a 612, 008. Margin of victory is 0-0-4. Tight, tight, tight. Drivers in 1 and 2. Drivers in 1 and 2. Stay with your cars. Keep them pulled up, please. Drivers in 1 and 2. Stay with your cars. Keep them pulled up. Next pair, Bill Foster there in the far lane, 55, dial 612. Mr. Ben Garnett here in the tower lane, dial 562. And this Maverick. Man, it's Garnett. One light. Garnett moves on. He goes 566 with 8 on 562. And he was 040 at the start. Foster goes 614 with a 1 on a 612, but he was 081. Far lane dialed 617, tower lane dialed 681. Mr. Russell Autry here in the tower lane. 681, and he's 003 red. Connor over there in the far lane, he was 49 good. He goes 617 with a 7 on a 617 dial, 49 green. Archer is 003. So Connor moves on. Next up, Mike Dugan. There's far lane, dial 596. Steve Long here in the tower lane, dial 674 in his Mustang. Lights almost identical, 23 to 24. And the win goes to Long. He goes 678 with a 5 on a 674, 023. Dugan goes 602 with a 0 on a 596. He was 24, so couldn't get close to the number. giving the wind a long. We'll see the Mustang back. Mr. John Miller there in the far lane. Dialed 532. Evan Prost here in the tower lane. And his wheel stand in Vega dialed 656. Big advantage to Prost in the tower lane. He takes the win, goes 663 with a 4 on a 656. He was 039. Miller goes 539 with a 5 on a 532. Let's just say he was green. Next up, Chuck Graves over the far lane, dialed 732. And here in the tower lane, Mr. Webb Bowie dialed 651. Graves turns it with. Bowie will move on. Next up, Crystal Hudson, the far lane, dialed 607. Jacob Bowie, Webb's son, dialed 615 in his Blazer. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need Michael Sullivan and Brian Bogle. You have won the best losing package buyback. So Michael Sullivan and Brian Bogle. Come up to the tower. You have won the buyback, best losing packages. Appreciate that. Put out by Fishbowl and Cato Oil. So Michael Sullivan and Brian Bogle, you got your entry, free buyback. So come on up to the tower. Next up, Kevin Parks dialed 638. Humphrey Maddox dialed 638. Both dials. Slight advantage to Maddox. Humphrey Maddox. He does it. Margin of victory, 0-0-0-2. Next pair, Pat Mariner over in the far lane, dialed 566. Mr. Robin Lors here in the tower lane, dialed 728. Advantage Mariner. But the win goes to Roars. He goes 728 with a 6 on a 728 054 light. Mariner goes 569 with a 4 on a 566, but he was 027. So couldn't get close to that number. The win goes to Roars. Next up, Joe Lickinger against Ernie Zaggers. If I can't pronounce it, don't worry, folks. I still like it. And Linger turns it to win. Zaggers was 007. 23 pack, I was told. Next, Leanne Ridrow, dialed 620. Janet Baden, dialed 607. Win goes to Red Row. She goes 621 with a 0 on a 620. She was 079. Layden goes 623 with a 2 on a 607. She was better. It's 02. Next pair, Josh Phelps over to the far lane, dialed 597. Dave Hornsby here in the tower lane, dialed 631. Managed Phelps, 17 to a 93. Hornsby be in trouble. And he is. His win goes to Phelps. He goes 599 with a 6 on a 597. He was 17. Hornsby runs out and was late also, so Phelps goes on. We need Michael Sullivan, SK8, and Brian Brogel, 499 2X. You had the best losing packages, so you get a free buyback in box. So if you'll come on up to the tower, we'll give you those. Congratulations. Thank you again to Fishbowl and Cato Oil for doing that. Appreciate that very much. Next pair, LeVar Scott against Paul Riddle. Paul Riddle turns it red. Scott. Also attention to pits, Mickey Nelson. You had the first perfect light, so you also got something coming to you. So if you'll come to the tower, I think that's $50 by BMN Performance. $50 to Mr. Mickey Nelson. Come on up to the tower and check that out. Wait to give away sponsors. Chase Hubbard picks up the win here over former Farmerhand. Looks like transmission issues. So again, Michael Sullivan and Brian Bogle, you won free of buybacks for your box. So come on up to the tower. And Mickey Nelson, you had the first best package, $50 there. Sponsored by BMN Performance. Attention in the pits. Double entry mod, lanes 1 and 2, no box. Double entry mod, no box, lanes 1 and 2, please. 007. And Teague takes the win, goes 6:59.5 on a 6:56. He was 007. Schaefer runs out, was real green. So mod double entries, you should be to 1 and 2. Mod double entries should be to 1 and 2. Juniors, you should be in your lanes. Mr. Buddy Layfield, far lane. James Paler here in the tower lane. Advantage, Paler. He makes it happen. He goes 7:013 on a 7 flat with an 0:11. Layfield goes 7:89 with a 7 on a 7:88. He was 0:23. So Paler moves on. Final call. Mod double entries. 1 and 2, please. Mod double entries.
Okay, listen up. For buybacks, in top, we are going to call, not yet, but we are going to call dragster buybacks to the lanes. Then we will call the dragster winners to the lanes behind them. Then we will call the door car winners to the lanes. Buybacks, buybacks to the lane. And then we'll call the door car winners behind them. Then we will call the double dragster buybacks. So just listen carefully.
All right. Okay, far lane goes red. Gives the win to Haley Truitt here in the tower lane. She's 041 green. And the win goes to Truitt here in the tower lane. All right, attention in the pits. Dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2. Dragster buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2. Dragster buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2. Bryce Corners over to the far lane, dial 1218. Rhett Bladen here in the tower lane, dial 1190. So I need my dragster box buybacks to 1 and 2. Dragster buybacks box to 1 and 2. So Cornish turns it red, gives the win to Bladen. Bladen moves on. Next up, Laney Thomas over in the far lane, dial 952. Reagan Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 921. As we're into our juniors 6 to 9 group. So dragster box buybacks, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragster buybacks, lane 1 and 2. Slight advantage, Thomas. Can Ketterman catch up? And she does. She goes 924 with a 0 on the 921. She was 50 green. Thomas goes 9600 on 952 with a 37 green. Bryce Cornish over the far lane, dial 918. Blake Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 895. Like I say, we're looking for dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks. You should be a 1 and 2, please. Dragster buybacks to 1 and 2. And you will pay in the lane. Ronnie's down there. You will pay in the lane. So dragster buybacks to 1 and 2. Ronnie will be down there collecting the buyback money. So be looking for him. Bryce Cornish over in the far lane, 918. Blake Truitt here in the tower lane, 895. Slight advantage to Truitt here in the tower lane. And Truitt picks it up, goes 9004 on it, 895 with 072. Cornish goes 922-1 on 918, 089 green. So Kate's had the better light and made it happen. Next up, Elena Tebow, dial 919. Gavin Kramer here in the tower lane, dial 901. So dragster buybacks 1 and 2, and they'll collect the money right into the lanes. We need dragster. Okay, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need door car buybacks. Door car buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. Door car buybacks 3 and 4. We'll collect it right in the lanes. Next up, Shane Conner over in the far lane, dial 903. Andrew Schaefer here in the tower lane, dial 909. Slight advantage to Schaefer here in the tower lane. So we need door car buybacks. Door car buybacks, 3 and 4. And the win goes to Schaefer here in the tower lane. Goes 928 with 8 on, 909. 023 green. Connor goes 984-6 on 903 with a 50 light. So Schaefer moves on. All right, Lucas Gordy over the far lane, about 794. Brandon Mattery here in the tower lane, about 86. And Brandon turns it red here in the tower lane, gives the win to Lucas. He's 044 green. The win goes to Lucas. Next game, Noel James. No James. 797. Cage Kramer here in the tower lane. 796. Noah James over the far lane. 797. Gage Kramer. 796. Slight advantage to tower lane Kramer, 30 to 84. And Kramer moves on, picks the win up. 8004 on 796 with a 30 light. James goes out, runs out, goes 796 with a 7 on 797 with an 84 light. So Kramer moves on. Next pair, Nolan Thomas, dial 812 over there in the Alton Brothers lane. LZ Septic Link, Madison Gordy. Like I say, you can watch the race here on YouTube, Diamond State Digital View, Hillbilly Bracket Bash. So Thomas over here in the far lane, 812. Madison Gordy here in the tower lane, dial 796. Quite a bit of advantage to Gordy here in the tower lane. And picks up the win, goes 794.8 on 796 with a 36 light. Thomas goes 809.6 on 812. It was way behind at the start. So Gordy goes on. Next up, Ella Ketterman over in the far lane, dial 810. Cole Foskey here in the tower lane, dial 790. Ella's got the advantage at the start, 002 to a 28. But she can't pull out. She runs out by 4th thou. 809 with a 6 on the 810 with a 002. Foskey goes 793 with a 3 on a 790. He was 028. So Foskey moves on. Dragster Buyback should be the 1 and 2. Door car Buyback should be the 3 and 4. And Uckles picks up the bye here, and we'll move into the next round.
Tommy Teague, Tommy Teague. Can you come to the tower for a second, please? Tommy Teague. Okay, attention in the pits. James Paler in mod. You have won a first dead zero run bonus from Christiana Auto Parts, courtesy of Christiana Auto Parts. If you'll come up to the second floor of the tower, we will give you your winning. James Paler in mod. Okay, attention in the pits. We will be doing the junior buyback on the second floor of the tower. Junior buybacks can come up to the second floor of the tower and put your junior back into eliminations. And Laney Thomas, 577 in junior, you won the free buyback for best losing package.
All right, here we go with our dragster buybacks. First pair up, Mickey Nelson at far lane dial 486. John Addy here in the tower lane dial 521. These are dragster buybacks. Door car buyback should be to 3 and 4. And Addy goes red, gives the win to Nelson. And he'll move on. He goes 486 with a 6 on the 486 with a 50 light. So he moves on. Next up, Christian Walson, dial 488. Far lane, Brett Jones here in the tower lane, dial 517. Christian, perfect light. And goes 490 with a 0 on the 488 with a perfect light. Jones goes 516 with a 6 on the 570. He runs out. He was 40. So Christian picks up the win here in the buyback. Next up, Steve Ryan over there in the far lane, dial 489. Derek Barnes here in the tower lane, dial 466. Nothing. That's not anything. I got dragster. Buyback. Ryan 002 red gives the win to Barnes. He was 16 green. He goes 469 6 on the 466 with a 16 light. Ryan was 002 red and runs out by 1 thou. Next up, Billy Thomas over in the far lane, dial 473. Mike Larkin here in the tower lane, dial 446. Larkin could be in trouble. 13 on Thomas, 59 on Larkin. But Larkin comes out, both run out. Larkin goes 445 with a 9 on a 46, 59. Thomas goes 472 with a 6 on a 473. He was 13 at the start. So all that mile per hour down there probably helped Larkin. Next up, Dominic Balducci. Far lane, dial 469. Phil Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 482. So Balducci 469, Truitt 482. Truitt could be in trouble. Balducci 002. Balducci goes 471-2 on the 469 with a 002. Truitt goes 481-8 on the 482, and he was 31. So Balducci had him at the start, made it work all the way down, forcing Truitt out. Next up, Buddy McGowan, far lane dial 461. Paul Rillo 498. Buddy's got a better light, but he can't make it work. Rillo goes 499-4 on 98 with a 28. McGowan goes 463. So the win goes to next up, Games Getty, dial 534. Robbie Hamilton, dial 489 here in the Tower Lane. Goes double, he's red. Hamilton 002. So Hamilton moves on. Okay, attention in the pits. I need Dragster winners, the 1 and 2. Dragster winners, the 1 and 2. And junior buybacks, I need you to come to the tower. Again, Dragster winners, I need you to 1 and 2. Dragster winners from first round, need you to 1 and 2. I need junior buybacks to the tower. Pay at the tower. Junior buybacks. Next up, Andy Blank over there, 481. Dennis Long, dial 504. Dennis Long with a better light. He goes 24. Dennis picks the win up. He goes 504-4 on the 504 with a 13. Andy goes 482-1 on the 481, but he was 24. So Dennis had him covered. Dragster winners, the 1 and 2. Dragster winners, 1 and 2. Junior buybacks, we need you to the tower. Pay at the tower. George Finch over in the far lane, dial 518. Bernie Piles here in the tower lane, dial 530. turned it red. Logan moves on next round. Darren Roten Farlane, dial 577. Corey Maloney, dial 580 here in the tower lane. Maloney, 005. And Maloney moves on. 5 package. 5800 on 580 with a 005. He moves on. Dragster winners, you should be the 1 and 2. Dragster winners should be the 1 and 2. Junior buybacks, you can come to the tower and pay your entry, please. But Dragster winners should be the 1 and 2. More slight advantage. More put two together goes 610 with a 3 on a 610 with a 48 light. Archer goes. Lindy Herman, you'll get a bye with your 1 entry, 1X8H. Lindy Herman, you'll get a bye with your 1 entry, 1X8H. Brian Morrison in the far lane, dial 630. Brian Bogle here in the tower lane, dial 669. Brian turns it red, 003 red. Morrison was 008 good. And he goes 630 with a 3 on a 630 with a 008. Next up, Travis Scott here in the far lane, dial 527. Daryl Tillman here in the tower lane, dial 543. Okay. Attention, Pitts. Laney Thomas, you're the winner of the best losing package in the junior dragster, and you'll get a free entry for the buyback. Laney Thomas, 577. You're the best losing package in the juniors. You'll get a free buyback. Come to the tower and get that. And the win goes to Travis Scott. He goes to 525.9 on the 527 with a 12 light. Tillman turned it red, 002 red. So Lanny Thomas, number 577, you had the best losing package in the juniors, so you get a free buyback courtesy of Riddle Farms and Services. Next up, Cody Mariner and far lane, dial 563. Brian Foster in the tower lane, dial 641. So Dragster winners looking for you on 1 and 2, please. Lindy Herman, you're get a bye with your 1X8H entry. Foster 001. Cody could be in trouble. He's 50. Right, comes back as Foster runs out. Cody's to the good, 563.0 on a 563 with a 50 light. Foster goes 638.0 on 641. He was 001, but he took too much stripe down there, giving the win to Cody. Next up, Leighton Sumter, far lane, dialed 586. Mary Password, here's the tower, dialed 640. Vanished Sumter in the Camaro over there in the far lane. He takes the win. As Mary runs out. Sumter goes 595.9 on a 586 with a 51 light. Mary was real late and run out also trying to catch up. Next up, Dalton Weltner, 609. Max Doughty here in the tower lane, down 6 flat. Dalton turns it red, 012 red, 36. He moves the next round. He runs out, goes 598.0 on 6 flat. But he was green, so he'll poo to the next round. Next up, Brian Rupert over far lane, dialed 703. Michael Sullivan here in the tower lane, dialed 637. He got that. Reaper 001 to 027. And he does it. Dead one. Dead 0, 1 pack. 7030 on 703 with a 001 light. All right, listen to the pits. First round winners, door car. First round winner, door car, 3 and 4, please. First round winners, door car, 3 and 4. Again, Lindy Herman with your IX8H. You'll get a buy with that number. So now we're looking for door car winners 3 and 4. Door car winners 3 and 4. Shane Jett goes 009. Myers is right there with him, 012. Myers makes it happen. He goes 558.3 on a 557 with a 12 light. Jett goes 602.6 on a 598 with a 009. So Myers was better it down the other end. Next up, Pat here in the power lane, dial 462 in his Mustang. Far lane, the Camaro, dial 609. Door car winners 3 and 4. Door car winners 3 and 4. Patton dial 462, far lane dial 609. Double 02 goes 462.3 on a 462 with a 002. Camaro goes 615.5 on a 609 with 006 red. Pat on his game that round. Door car winners are looking for you in 3 and 4. Trevin Urban on the far lane, dial 551. Evan Prost here in the tower lane, dial 656. So Trav over there in the far lane, dial 551. Prost here in the tower lane, 656. Advantage Prost, 004. 004 over the far lane. And Prost picks it up, goes 657.4 on a 656 with a 004. So he moves the next round. Next up, Michael Osage, dialed 618. Bobby Bladen here in the tower lane, dialed 549. Bladen right behind. Right almost identical. Bobby's there, goes 549 with a 0 on the 549 with a 20. So Sage goes 619 with a 2 on the 618. He was 19. So Bladen moves on. Next up, Don Thomas over the far lane, dial 590. Steve Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 544. Truitt, 003 red. Thomas is there though, 007. So he runs out a 3 thou, but Thomas moves on. He was green, he was a good side. Now we move into our dragster winners. First pair out, Ricky Nelson, 516. Fred Rogers, dial 480. These are the dragster winners from the first round. So Nelson, dial 516. Fred, dial 480. These are the dragster winners. Fred, 008. Nelson would be in big trouble. Fred's there. He goes 483 with a 3 on a 480 with a 008. Nelson goes 518 with a 2 on a 490. He was 100 at the start. So Rogers moves on. Next up, Nick McGowan over there in the far lane, dial 490. Antoine Jett here in the tower lane, dial 488. So Gallagher in the far lane 490. Jet here in the tower lane 488. Yeah, you can view the Hillbilly Bracket Bash on YouTube, Diamond State Digital, and view the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Thanks for pulling over to the wall real quick. Appreciate that, Antoine. I want to thank our sponsors again. The Fishbowl, Beach Custom Services, CarQuest Auto Parts, Bitterdorf Automotive, Darrell Tillman Realty, B&M Performance, Cato Gas and Oil, VP Racing Fuels, Alltronics, Mellon Performance, Elgin, Why Not Travel, Elzy Septic and Prestige Plumbing and HVA Services, Diamond State Digital, and you can go online with that and view the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Look up YouTube. Contingency Connection, Landstone Designs, Riddle Farms and Services, and Christiana Auto Parts. I want to thank all these fine sponsors for helping today, this weekend. Tomorrow morning, gates will open at 9 a.m. and we'll do new entry time runs only tomorrow at 10. Gates open at 9 and new entry time runs only at 10. Next up, Ray Snoops over the far lane, dial 465. Lewis Jones here in the tower lane, dial 494. So Snoops over the far lane, 465. Lewis Jones here in the tower lane, 494. Jones driving the Mark Palmerone. Both 005 Lewis, 006 far lane. And Lewis goes 495 2 on a 494 with a 005. Snoops goes 466.7 on a 465 dial. He was 006. So they were right there together off the line. But Lewis able to put it a better package. He'll move on. Next up, Wayne Renroe, far lane dial 473. Roland Powell Sr. here in the tower lane dial 459. In the Elzy Septic lane. Advantage Red Row. He's a 002. And he goes 475.3 on a 473 with a 002. Powell goes 460 with a 5 on a 459. He was 032. So Red Row moves on to the next round. Next up, Tim Heaps over there in the far lane, dial 469. Tommy Ketterman here in the tower lane, dial 474. Ketterman could be in trouble. He was 001. Heaps goes 471.0 on a 469 with a 001. Ketterman goes 475.0 on a 474. He was 024. So Heaps moves on to the next round. Next up, Shaquille O'Neal. 494. Mike Jones here in the tower lane, dial 466. Jones 006 to be in trouble. Yeah, Jones puts it together, goes 468.3 on a 466. He was 006. Keel runs out, goes 492.5 on a 494. So Jones. Next up, Larry McGowan, dial 506. Jerry Birchfield Jr. here in the tower lane, dial 445. McGowan goes 006, 008 green. Birchfield picks it up, goes 447.0 on 445 with a 008. McGowan was 006 red, goes 508 on a 506. So Birchfield moves on. Next up, Alex Bradford, dial 485. Frank LeCates, dial 462 here in the tower lane. Alex goes 486.8 on a 485 with a 16 light. Case goes 465.1 on a 462. He was 024. Alex moves another round. Michael Nahill over the far lane, 474. W.R. Ketterman here in the tower lane, 459. Good friends. We're friends for run each other. All right, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Dragster double buyback. Dragster double buybacks, lane 1 and 2. Dragster double buyback, 1 and 2. Ketterman could be in trouble. 003 does 17. Nahill picks it up. Goes 474 with a 9 on a 474. He was 003. Ketterman goes 460 with a 2 on a 459. He was 17. So Nahill moves on. Dragster double entry buyback, 1 and 2. Dragster double entry buyback, 1 and 2. Next up, Billy Thomas, dial 471. Doc Daugherty, dial 507. So Dragster double buyback, 1 and 2. Daugherty, 012 red. Thomas 013, so Thomas moves on to the next round. Matthew Cable over here in the far lane, dial 496. Phil Truitt here in the tower lane, dial 482. Truitt, 008 red. Cable, 52 green. That's what mattered. So Cable moves on. It goes 496 with a 7 on 496. Truitt was 008 red. Goes 482 with a 3 on 482, but he was 008 red. So Cable moves on. Next up, Terrell Sinkler, dial 519, far lane. Robbie Hamilton here in the tower lane, dial 484. Dragster double buyback, 1 and 2. Dragster double buyback, 1 and 2. You can view Hillbilly Bracket Bash on YouTube. Go to Diamond State Digital, Hillbilly Bracket Bash, and watch it there. Vantage Hamilton 15 to a 26. But he don't do it. They both run out. Sinkler goes the latest. He goes 517.8 on a 519 with a 26. Hamilton goes 582 with a 7 on a 484 with a 15. But they both ran out, and Sinkler was safer. So he moves on. Next up, Bill Grote there in the far lane. His GTO dial 667. Keith Paler here in the tower lane, dial 531 is Beretta. Now we're into the door car winners from first round. Door car winners from first round in box. Being a lot of trouble. Groton was 12. He was 52. And Groton picks up the win, goes 669.5 with a 67 with a 12 light. Taylor goes 441.2 on the 531. He was 052. So Groton and his GTO moves on. And these are the door car winners from first round. We're looking for the Dragster double buybacks in 1 and 2. Next up, Eddie McBride, dialed 608. Tyler Ryan here in the tower lane, dialed 616. Lights are close. Advantage McBride. McBride does it. Goes 6.085 on a 6.08 with 11 light. He moves on. Tyler goes 6.17 with a 4 on a 16. He was 16. So McBride moves on. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo, dial 584. Clayton Byerly here in the tower lane, dial 571. This Firebird. Lights close, 007 to a 004. And DeLorenzo does it, goes 586 with a 0 on a 584, 007. Byerly goes 574.7 on a 571. He was 004. So DeLorenzo moves on. Next up, Donnie Yeatman, far lane, dial 721. Michael Hooper here in the tower lane is Firebird, dial 537. Yeatman picks up the win. Pick that win up and he moves on. Come on. Josh Phelps over in the far lane, dial 598. Lindy Herman here in the tower lane, dial 606. Advantage Herman here in the tower. He's 18 and he runs 6.070, a 6.06 with 18 light. Picks up the win. Phelps goes 6.00 with a 1 on 98. He was 29. So Herman moves on. Next up, Neil Huber over in the far lane, dial 732. Mike Sparcino here in the tower lane, dial 568. Advantage Sparcino, he's 18 or 23. Sparcino picks it up, goes 569 with a 2 on the 568. He was 18. Huber goes 738 with an 8 on a 32. He was over 23. So Sparcino moves on. Chad Thurman up next in his pickup, dial 587. Stuart Herman here in the tower lane, dial 621. Yeah, we call them Dragster with their double entry buyback 1 and 2. Dragster with their double entry buyback 1 and 2. And Thurman picks up the win as Herman runs out. Pair up David Tyler over in the far lane, file 562. Jerry Birchfield Sr. here in the tower lane, 538. Birchfield could be in trouble. Tyler's 001. Birchfield's 20. Birchfield goes around as Tyler runs out. Goes 560 with a 7 on a 62. He was 001. Birchfield goes 539 with a 9 on a 38. He was 20. So run him out. Birchfield moves on. Next up, Rob Weltner Jr. dialed 620 over there in the Mustang. Mac Doherty here in the tower lane dialed 601. Doherty turns it red, 013. Weltner wins 032 green. He goes 621 with a 1 on a 620 with a 32 light. So he moves on. Next up, Doug Milner. Far lane dial 551. Shane Jett here in the tower lane, 598. Milner red, 013. Jett 021 green. Picks up the win. 6 flat on a 598 with a 21 light. Milner went 551 with 8 on a 51, but he was 013 red. Next up, Mr. George Huff over to the far lane, dialed 694. Alexis Trua here in the tower lane, dialed 576. Final call for dragster double entry buybacks. Final call. Dragster double entry buybacks. Lane 1 and 2. Final call. So George Huff over to the far lane. Alexis Trua here in the tower lane. A little better light with Alexis. Can she chase the fairway down? She does. She goes 578.2 on a 576 with a 028 light. Huff goes 697.9 on a 94. So Alexis moves on. Come on. Next up, Leighton Sumter over the far lane, dial 586. Tower lane, Rollo Hall in his Nova, dial 550. Sumter 006. Hall could be a world. Yep. Sumter goes 589 with a 4 on a 586. 006. Hall goes 553.8 on a 550 with a 44. Sumter was up for that. Moves on to the third round. Now we're looking for the double door car buybacks. Lanes 3 and 4. Double entry door car buybacks. Lanes 3 and 4. Dragster double entry buyback should be the 1 and 2. Now we need double door car buybacks to 3 and 4. I'm sorry. Woo. Long day. We're just getting started. Door car double entry buybacks 3 and 4. Door car double entry buyback 3 and 4. Chambers 005 and Moore 0012. Chambers moves on 552 with a 0 and 551 with a 005. He moves on. Moore was 012 on 633.4 on 632. Matt Patterson, far lane, dialed 658. Rex Lilly here in the tower lane, dialed 557. And Patterson turns his red. Really good for Lilly. He was 006. So Lilly moves on. Final call, dragster double entry buybacks. Final call, dragster double entry buybacks to 1 and 2. Final call for door double entry buybacks to 3 and 4. Door double entry buybacks to 3 and 4. Need you there, please. Next pair, Richard Rice over in the far lane is S10 519. Daryl Tillman here in his Corvette, dial 544. Tillman turns it red, 004 red. Rice will be back. Rice goes 520 with a 6 on a 19. He was 37. Moves to the third round. Next pair, James Getty over in the far lane, dial 608. John Scott here in the Vega, dial 584 in the LZ Septic lane. Lights are identical, 028. The win to go to Getty, 609, win on a 608 with a 28 light. Scott was 585.7 on a 584. He was also 28. But the win to go to Getty. Lindy Herman, we need you behind the tower with your 1X8H entry. The buy should be behind the tower. Next up, J.J. Walters, far lane, dialed 636. Mr. Wayne Patton with his Mustang here, dialed 461. And Lindy Herman, you should be behind the lane, behind the tower, please. Okay, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need our double entry dragster winners to 1 and 2. Dragster double entry winners to 1 and 2, and our door car double entry winners to lanes 3 and 4, please. And Lindy Herman should be behind the tower. Mr. Patton on a roll, 002. Goes 463.2 on a 461. Walter turned it red, 001 out, and goes 638. So we need our double entry dragster winner to 1 and 2, and our double entry door car winners to 3 and 4. Lindy Herman behind the tower, please. Slight advantage of Dorsey here in the power lane. Dorsey does it, goes 639 with a 0 on a 638. He was 023. Truitt goes 547 with a 0 on a 545. He was 029 behind there and a little later on the other end. So Dorsey will move to the third round in the Bracket Bash box today. So again, we're looking for our double entry dragster winner to 1 and 2, and our double enter door car double to 3 and 4. All right, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, load up. We need those double entry dragsters. Load up with the door cars. Load up, guys. Get through this round here. Like I said, we got a couple motorhomes out front. Anybody interested in one of a motorhome? We got 2 of them out there. I see Doug Milner, or we can put you in touch with Monkey Truitt. Seems like that's the big thing now, motorhomes. Hot day like today, if they got a good air conditioner, I'd say it'd be worth everything. So drivers in the lanes, load up. Drivers in the lanes, load up. Okay, dragster double entry buybacks coming out now. All right, here come our double entry buyback dragsters coming out. Mickey Nelson here in the far lane, dial 486. Here in the tower lane, Antoine Jett, dial 489. .005 to a .008. And the win goes to Nelson. He goes 488.5 on the 486. He was .005. Jett goes 492 with a 2 on the 489. He was .008. So Nelson moves to the third round of the Hillbilly Bracket Bash box. All right, still got a few buybacks here to do. We're running them out now. And top. Say these are a few leftover buybacks. We got to get called up here. So first pair out, Mike Sparcino there in the far lane, dial 567. Ryan Bogle here in the tower lane, dial 670. Sparcino dial 567. Bogle dialed 670. Advantage Sparcino. Can he chase the pickup down? And he does. As Bogle runs out by 5 thou. Sparcino goes 5-7-0-0 on 67 to 17 late. So he moves on. So this pair here is our double, door card double entry buyback. David Tyler, 001, Myers 009. Myers runs out. Tyler picks up the win, 564-3 on 562. He was 001. And here is our double entry winners from first round, the Dragsters. These are the double entry winners from first round, Dragsters. Ricky Nelson here in the far lane, dial 518. Robbie Hamilton here in the tower lane, dial 487. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. If you have not run both your double entries this round, we need you to come to the staging lanes right now. If you have not run both your double entries, we need you to the staging lanes right now. If you have not run both your double entries, you need to come to the staging lanes right now. All right, here we go. First round double entry winners. Here we are for second round door cars. These are the winners from first round, and they're double entered. So they're running now. Finish this class up. Double winner door cars. There's their second entry. Double winner door cars are second entry. First out, Eddie McBride over in the far lane, dialed 608. Michael Sullivan here in the tower lane, dialed 636. All right, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Mod buybacks. Mod buybacks 1 and 2. Mod buybacks 1 and 2, please. So McBride against Sullivan. Advantage Sullivan, 31 till 71. Sullivan goes on through, goes 637 with a 3 on a 36. He was 31 green. McBride goes 609 with a 2 on a 608. He was way back 71. So Sullivan picks up the win, moves on to the third round. Here in the Hillbilly Bash box. Next up, Mike DeLorenzo. Far lane in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 583. Stuart Herman here in the LZ Septic lane, dial 620. Oh, he runs out. Herman runs out, goes 619 with a 3 on a 620. He was 008. DeLorenzo goes 583 with a 4 on a 583. He was 053. So DeLorenzo moves through the third round. And the double entry bracket bash. Hillbilly Bracket Bash right here. US 13. Next up, Jeff Martin over in the far lane, dialed 737. Tyler Ryan here in the tower lane, dialed 616. Looking for mod buybacks. Mod buybacks 1 and 2, please. Mod buybacks 1 and 2. Doubles. If you're doubled, you're double buyback. You need to be up there. Need to be up there. If you're double buybacks, you're double entered. You need to be up there. And 1 and 2, please. Lights are on pretty close. Ryan's got to chase him down. And he does. He goes 617 with a 7 on a 616, double 022 light. Martin goes 738.9 on a 737. He was 27. Next up, Brooks Moore over in the far lane, dialed 633. Lindy Herman here in the tower lane, dialed 605. As we got a car stopped on top end, got to go get him off the track. So, Mod, if you're double entered and you're buying back, you need to be up front there. Mod, if you're double entered, you need to be up front in 1 and 2. All right, we got top end cleared. Get ready to get back here. Pair up Brooks Moore. Try this again. Brooks Moore far in the Alton Brothers lane dialed 633. Lindy Herman here in the LZ Septic lane dialed 605. So mod buybacks are your double entry buybacks. You better be in front of lanes 1 and 2, but we need mod buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Slight advantage more, 10 to 28. But Herman comes around him as Moore runs out by 7th out. So Lindy Herman moves another round. Next pair up, Ricky Nelson here in the far lane, dial 518. Alex Bradford here in the tower lane, dial 484. Lights are always down to 003 to 005. And Nelson goes 518 on the 5 on the 518. He was 005. Bradford goes 487 with an 8 on the 484. He was 003. Nelson was able to get around him, picks up the win. He'll move another round. Okay, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need mod winners, 3 and 4. We need Ricky Passwaters behind the tower. So we need mod winners, 3 and 4. Ricky Passwaters behind the tower, please. I think it's Donald Troy here picking up the buy here. Troy goes 495, 3 on the. All right, that concludes the second round. That concludes the second round of your top box fishbowl racers. As we go into the mod now. So here we go, mod buybacks. Buddy Layfield dialed 787 in the Alton Brothers lane. James Paler here in the LZ Septic lane dialed 7 flat. This is your mod buybacks. We want the rest of the winners of mod to 3 and 4 with Ricky Passwaters behind the tower, please. Advantage Layfield, put it all together down there, and he does as Paler runs out. Layfield goes 791 with a 4 on a 787. He was 52. Paler runs out by 8 thou. So Layfield moves on. Next up, Benny Parks in far lane, dial 665 in that Alton Brothers lane. LG Septic lane, we got Michael Jefferson here, dialed 611. These are our mod buybacks. Need the rest of those mod winners, 3 and 4. Mod winners, 3 and 4. Ricky Passwords need you behind the tower. And Parkson turns out 30 red. Win go to Jefferson. He's green. And he moves on. Next up, Jethro Richardson, dialed 753 over here in the Alton Brothers lane. Jeff Likender over here in the tower lane, dialed 574. Leitner could be in trouble. Richardson 20 to Leitner's 88. And Richardson does it. As Leitner runs out, he goes 570 with a 7 on a 74. Richardson 753 with a 6 on a 753. He was 20 at the start. So Richardson moves on. He'll go to third round. Next up, Chuck Graves over there in the far lane, dialed 748. Jacob Bowie here in the tower lane, dialed 615. Mod, if you're a winner in the buyback and you're doubled, you need to come right back to the lane. Mod, if you're a double entered and you're in the buyback and you win, you need to come back with that other entry to 3 and 4. Next up, Charles Cave over there, 565. Tower lane, Russ Archer, dialed 683. Cave turns it red. Archer moves on, 63 green. He'll move on. Ricky Passworders. Stephen Soggy Dunner in the far lane, dialed 630. Charles Sanders here in the tower lane, dialed 770. Sanders turns it red, 032. Go to Dunn, he was 016. And he goes 630 with a 9 on a 630, 16 light, so he moves to the third round. Next up, Mike Dugan over there in the far lane, dialed 598. David Hornsby here in the tower lane, dialed 628. Hornsby goes 027 red. 023 green. He'll move on. Attention in the pits and the staging lanes. Racers, please stay with your cars. When you're in the staging lanes, please stay with your cars. Don't walk away. Doesn't matter where you are in the lanes. Please stay with your cars. We got to keep things moving, folks. And if the racer's not there, it messes everything up. I know it's hot. They got some water air in the front of the staging lanes. But please, racers, stay with your race cars so we can keep this show going, please. All right, next pair up, Pat Mariner over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 568. Bill Schaefer here in the LZ Septic lane, dial 632. Mariner dialed 568 over there in Alton Brothers lane. Schaefer's dialed 632 here in the Septic lane. Advantage Mariner. Mariner goes 570 with a 9 on a 568, but he's 48. Schaefer goes 634 with a 5 on a 632. He was 095. Mariner moves on. Next up, Matthew Wilson over the far lane, dialed 635. Bill Foster here in the tower lane, dialed 613. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need our junior dragsters, 6 to 9, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, and 13 to 17, lane 5, please. Junior dragsters, we need you now. 6 to 9, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, and 13 to 17, lane 5. And the win will go to Kevin Parks over there in the far lane. Next up, Steve Price over here in his Mercury, dialed 750. Jason Reese here in the tower lane, dialed 643. So we need those juniors now. Juniors. 6 to 9, lane 3. 10 to 12, 4. And 13 to 17, lane 5, please. Price dialed 750. Reese and Price got the advantage, 16 to 47. But he don't pull out. He runs out by 4th out. The win to go to Reese, Jason Reese. He goes 6:44.3 on a 6:43. He was 0:47. So Reese will move to the 3rd round of mod. Next up, Crystal Hudson over there in Alton lane, dial 604. Brad Keaton here in the tower lane, dial 581. Keaton carries the wheels way out. Starting line advantage to Hudson, though. And she wins. Keaton runs out. Hudson goes 6:07 with a 0. On 6:04, she was 17. Keaton goes 580 with a 7 on 581. He was 44. So Crystal moves to the 3rd round of the Beach Custom Service No Box here on Saturday at the US 13 Dragway. Next up, Kevin Mendenhall. Far lane, dial 612. Brian Phelps here in the tower lane, dial 738 in his Ranger pickup. Juniors should be headed to your lanes, please. 6 to 9, 3. 10 to 12, 4. 13 to 17, 5. We need you now, folks. Slight advantage, Phelps. But Mendenhall drives around, goes 6:13 with a 7 on 6:12. He was 23. Phelps goes 7:41 with 8 on 7:38, but he had a 20 light. So the win would go to Mendenhall. He'll move another round. Next up, Tim Foskey over there in Alton lane, dial 635. Ernie Zegers here in the tower lane, his Corvette, dial 627. Foskey goes 002 red, gives it to Zegers. He goes down, runs out, goes 6:26.3 on a 27, but he'll take the win. He'll move to 3rd round of the Beach Custom Service No Box right here. Next up, Leanne Redrow over there in the far lane, dialed 625. Mr. Ben Garnett here in the LZ Septic lane, dialed 562 in his Maverick. Garnett goes red, gives it to Redrow. She's 042 green, good side. She runs out, goes 6:21.6 on a 25. She'll pick up the win to move 3rd round. Next up, Chris Conrad over in the far lane, dial 612. Chase Huber here in the tower lane, dial 620. Chris Connor has the advantage, 4 to 100. He does it. Chase Huber runs out also. Connor goes 621 with a 3. On 617, he was 004. Huber runs out, goes 619 with a 2 on a 20. LeVar Scott over there in Alton Brothers Lane Dial 670. Jim Sweeney here in the LZ Septic Lane Dial 552. Sweeney goes red, gives it to LeVar. He was 0-0-9. He goes 674, well, 670 with a 0-0-9. Sweeney was red, so LeVar moves on. Next up, Sam Sanders, dialed 582. Robin Lures here in the Tower Lane, dialed 727. 3 and 4, pull them up. 3 and 4, pull them up, please. Stay with your cars, drivers. Stay with your cars, please. Keep them pulled up. Juniors, you should be lining up back there behind them. 6 to 9, 3, 10 to 12, 4, and 13 to 17, 5. Lures turns it red, 002. Win to go to Sanders. Come on. Next pair up, Billy Collinsworth there in the Alton Brothers Lane Dial 750. James Paler here in the Tower Lane Dial 698. Collinsworth 750, Paler 698. Paler turns it red, 015. Collinsworth moves on, he was 050. He'll move to the next round. Next up, Webb Booyah there in the Alton Brothers Lane, dialed 651. Steve Long here in the LZ Septic Lane, dialed 675. This is the second round of the Beach Custom Service No Box here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash, US 13. Tickled to have you all here. Slight advantage Long. Bowie both run out. Bowie's better. He goes 650 with a 3 on a 651. He was 067. Long goes 674 with a 0 on a 675. He was 50. So Bowie moves on. Next up, Ivan Prost. Over there, far lane dialed 656. That wheel stand in Vega. Humphrey Maddox dialed here 641. Maddox goes red, gives it to Prost, goes green, and he'll move on. Runs out, but it doesn't matter. He's green. He goes on to the next round. Next pair, Tommy Tigg over to the far lane, dialed 658. Wendell Denny here in the Tower Lane, dialed 742. Tommy could be in trouble. Wendell's 002. And he is. Tommy runs out also. Wendell goes 742 with a 2 on a 742. He was 002. So he'll be coming back for the third round. We need juniors 1985 now, please. Junior 1985. You should be to the lane, please. Junior 1985, you should be there. We need you. Juniors, load up, please. Juniors, load up. Josh Phelps over to the far lane, dial 598. Ernie Ziegler's here in the tower lane, dial 626. We need Junior 1985, Noah. Junior 1985, Noah. We need you, buddy. Come when we call you, folks. Please, please, and stay with your race cars. We're getting ready to go with the show. Need everybody's help. Win goes to Phelps. All right, tension in the pits. We need box dragsters to 1 and 2, please. 17. And Rhett goes red. Gives the win to Haley. She was 0-29 green. So she moves on. Got Bryce Corners over there in the far lane, dial 1225. Derek Kramer here in the tower lane. He's dial 1215. Lights are similar. And Cornish should pick up the win over in the far lane. 12:27 with a 1 on 25. 0:62 late. Kramer runs out, goes 12:07 on 12:15. Next up, Andrew Schaefer over the far lane, dial 906. Gavin Kramer here in the Celtic lane, dial 898. We need dragsters, box dragsters, 1 and 2, please. Box dragsters, 1 and 2. Schaefer turns it red, 009 red, gets the win with Kramer. Next up, Blake Truitt, dial 899. Reagan Ketterman over here in the tower lane, dial 922. Blake dialed 899 over here in the Alton Brothers lane. Reagan dialed 922 here in the LZ Septic lane. Advantage Truitt at the start. goes on. It's 9:04 with 8 on, 8:99 with a 21 light. Reagan goes 9:23 with a 9 on, where she was 152. All right, attention to the pits. The best losing package for box in that second round was Ray Snoops. So you can come to the tower. Ray Snoops, best losing package in round 2 of top. And the best losing package in mod is Ernie Ziegler's. So you can come to this tower, get a chance, get your gift. Thank you very much. Next up, Laney Thomas Farlane against Alina Tebow. And the win goes to Tebow. Alina, she goes 9:20 with a 5 on 19. As Laney Thomas runs out. Goes 9:5 with a 0-0 on 9:54. So Ray Snoops gets the best losing package in box, and Ernie Ziegler's best losing package in foot brake. You can come to the tower and get your gift. And you dragsters should be the 1 and 2. Next up, Shane Conrad over here in the far lane, dial 9 flat. Bryce Cornish here in the tower lane, dial 918. We need Lindy Herman. You'll be the buy behind the tower with the 1X8H. 1X8H is your number for Lindy Herman for the buy this round. Next up, Lucas Gordy over here in the far lane, dialed 796. Madison Gordy here in the tower lane. She's 792. And she goes red. Gives it to Lucas. Lucas will move on. Lindy Herman, you'll be the buy with your 1X8H number. And we'll put you behind the tower. Next up, Ella Ketterman over here in the far lane, dial 809. Brandon Matera. They're here in the tower lane, dial 783. Matera, I'm sorry. Matera. Apologize for the names. So Ketterman over in the far out in Brothers Lane, .809. And Brandon Matera here in the LZ Septic Lane, 783. Ella goes 027 red. Gives it to Montero. He was 025. Goes 789 with a 0 and 83 with a 25 late. Ella goes 806 with a 9 on 809 with a 027 red. Next up, Andrew Uckles, 790. Gage Kramer here in the tower lane, 799. Kramer, 002 to Uckles, 17. Uckles could be in trouble. He is. Kramer goes 8006 on a 799 with a 002. Good run, moves him to another round. Again, we're looking at Mr. Ray Snoops, the winner of the best losing package for second round in box, and Mr. Ernie Ziegler's the winner of the best losing package in mod today. Come to the tower, folks. Get your prizes. Cole gets a single here. There on a ladder. He gets a single. Next up, Nolan Thomas over in the far lane, $810. Noah James here in the tower lane, $795. Thomas turns it red, gives it to James. James is 013 green. He moves on.
YEE-HAW!
behind the tower with one of the buys, the one with your 1X8H number. Still looking for Mr. Ray Snoops, that winner of that best losing package in round 2 in box, and Mr. Ernie Ziggers in mod, winner of that best losing package in mod. So tomorrow morning, the gates open at 9 a.m. New entry time runs only. That will be at 10 a.m. New entry time runs only. That will be at 10. And then we'll follow with the fishbowl box, beach custom service no box, and the hazard all the parts juniors. So the gates will open at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hope everyone can stay and race another day of the bracket bash here. Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Who's going to win them cool trophies we got set up here? So appreciate everybody coming out. Hope things keep moving smooth so we can get this thing done. A little track prep going on. Then we'll go right into the box dragsters, followed by the box door cars, and then we'll be calling their double entries. So we'll soon need taillights on, guys. And if you come to the lane, stay with your cars, please. Do not leave, please. Stay with your cars. So try to keep things moving, get a good rhythm going. I appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. Your fellow racers appreciate it. Thank you. So like I say, tomorrow morning the gates open at 9 a.m. New entry time runs only at 10. And then we'll go right into the eliminations again with the fishbowl, box, beach custom service, no box, and the hazard all parts juniors. So 9 o'clock gates open. Again, want to thank the sponsors for this weekend's Hillbilly Bracket Bash, the Fishbowl, the Fishbowl, Beach Custom Services, CarQuest Auto Parts, Blitterdorf's Automotive, Daryl Tillman Realty, B&M Performance, Cato Gas and Oil, VP Racing Fuels, Alltronics, Mellon Performance, Elgin, Why Not Travel, LZ Septic, Prestige Plumbing and HVA Services, Diamond State Digital, Contingency Connection, Landstone Designs, Riddle Farms and Services, and Christiana Auto Parts. Our sponsors for this weekend's race. I want to thank them very much. I want to thank all the racers for coming out, fans, and showing your support. Appreciate it very much. There's just some final prep going on before we go into the third round of box dragsters, followed by the box door cars. So get ready to move along. Yeah, anyone looking for a couple motorhomes? We got a couple out front for sale. See Doug Milner, he's a racer. He's here in the track. We can put you in touch with Mr. Blunky Truitt. His is out there too. Don't sure about the trailer that's out there, that fifth wheel trailer, but that's probably signs on with phone numbers and stuff. So anyone is interested, take something back home with you. They say if you're doubled, you need to run that other number first. So make sure you're up there, run that other number, and get that buy number to be your second run if you're doubled. So it looks like we're ready to go. Third round, the box dragsters are in the water. So let's get ready to roll. Like I said, we will call double entries separate. So here we go. Mickey Nelson, the far lane, dial 486 over there in the Alton Brothers lane. Mr. Fred Rogers here in the tower lane, LZ Septic lane, dial 480. Fred 001 red, Nelson's 006 green. So he's going to make it tough for him anyway. Nelson goes 485.6 on a 486, 006. Fred goes 001 red, ouch, and 480 with a 1 on a 480. So, woo, wrong side there with that light. So Mr. Nelson will move another round. Nick McGowan over there in the far lane, dial 490. Lewis Jones here driving a Mark Palmer-owned Bad Habit transmission car, dial 494 here in the tower lane. Starting to cool down a little bit. Car's starting to run strong. Guys seeing the light better, maybe. And McGowan goes red. Ready to go to Lewis, 27 green. And he goes 493 with a 0, a 494 with a 027 light. So he moves 2 and 2 to fourth round. Next up, Ricky Nelson over in the far lane, dial 517. Mike Jones here in the tower lane, dial 466. Slight advantage to Nelson, 12 to 27. And he goes around, goes 517 with a 1 on a 517. He was 012. Mike goes 466 with a 6 on a 466. But he was 027. So the win goes to Nelson. He'll move to the fourth round here in the top box. Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Next up, Billy Thomas over there in his short dragster, dial 472. Paul Riddle here in the LZ Septic Lane, dial 498. Thomas goes red, 004, gives it Riddle. He goes 48 green. He'll move on. He goes 498 with a 4 on a 498, 028 green. So Thomas turned to red, run out also. So Riddle moves another round. Next up, Wayne Redrow in the far lane, dial 474. Jerry Birchfield Jr. here in the tower lane, dial 444. His dragster. So Red Road, the far lane, 474. Birchfield, 444 here in the tower lane. Trip fours. Birchfield goes 023. Red Road, he's 027 green. Goes 475 with a 0, a 474 with a 027. So he'll move to the fourth round. Next up, Terrell Sinkler in far lane, dial 517. Derek Barnes here in the tower lane, dial 469. Barnes goes red, 006. He was 023, goes 518 with a 1 on a 517. He'll move to fourth round. Next up, Tim Heaps over there in Alton Brothers Lane, dial 469. Robbie Hamilton here in the LZ Septic Lane, dial 487. Advantage Heaps over 006. But Hamilton pulls it by, goes 487 with a 3. On a 487 with a 17 light. Margin of victory, 0-0-1.
Bill Foster, can you come to the starting line? Bill Foster, can you come to the starting line?
Darren Roten, we need you to the start line, please, if you would. Darren Roten, to the start line, please.
Okay, everyone, if I can have your attention for just a couple minutes here. We had an issue come up last night on the starting line. We were here till 4 o'clock in the morning trying to fix the problem. It stayed good until the sun went down, and as the tracks tightened up. Can you hear me, Ronnie? Ronnie Hard, my man. He's trying to bet on the left lane, and I ain't even got nobody over there, Ronnie. Come on, man. All right, so listen up. Here's what I got. The event is finished. We've got an issue there that we are going to have to cut out concrete and fix the patch right. So we're going to, this round that it started, we're going to go back before it started. The winners going into round 3, we will split the money between the racers that are left in each one of the categories. If you have a Sunday entry that you haven't used, if you bought a weekend, we can do one or two things. We can give you a credit for, can you hear me, Donnie? Oh. We can give you a credit for the August race, for the Hillbilly for that, or if you give us some time, we'll work out a refund with you if you can't come back. But this situation here is a pretty big liability for us. I don't need nobody getting hit with concrete. I don't need cutting a slick down and tearing somebody's car up. Our racing family means too much to us to do that. We have exhausted our people to have this fixed, and we're just going to have to shut it down and do it right. We're going to cut a whole section out there. The problem we have with that section right there is all the timing system runs through that center section, and that is a one solid pour that CompuLink did. So it's not like we can just cut a piece out and try to fudge it in. We're going to have to look at a pad. So it's not the decision that I want to make, my wife wants to make. We apologize. We will, like I said, so if you won second round or you won your buyback, the girls will start working up here in the tower, and the money will be split between those racers. And I don't know what else to say. It's that's all we can do. That's all we can offer. We tried to fix it to get through the weekend, but it did not work. So I don't want to take any more chances to tear something up or anything else. We try to give everybody a safe track to race on, and at this point, it's unsafe to us and the people that are around it. So drivers, you can go back to your trailers. Once we get all this done, if you want to do we were supposed to do a pit vehicle race. We can still do that. We'll try to finish out the night on a high note if we can. But that'll be up to everyone. So don't undo the equipment yet, guys. Do not undo the equipment yet. Leave the equipment hooked up, please. But ladies and gentlemen, it's our apologies. We tried everything we could. So give us a little bit of time here. We'll get the money worked out, and we'll make another announcement here. Give us about another 30 minutes. Thank you.
Fred Rogers, can you come to the tower real quick, please, Fred Rogers?
Apparently I was on the starting line camera.